Hello, hello! Welcome, welcome! So today we're going to be finishing up a commission that I couldn't finish last week and working on the Raffle winner for the month of May, which is what this sketch is here on the screen. Basically, this is what I was working on before I started up the stream, because it is a deluxe sketch, so I just wanted to get like the line art part done so I could really focus on shading on stream. But first, we're going to be finishing this piece here. So for this one, I got to do the sketchy shading lines and also thicker outlines over the whole line art, and then the deluxe shading for everything. So strap yourselves in, guys, because we got a lot of work to do today. Work, 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 work. Also, I'm going to kill this treasure goblin, but I need to get on a different character because this one already has a bag. Basically, now I'm just trying to get the Herodric Haversack for like all my different characters, because you know it's nice to have a big bag. And that's really it. It's nice to get a big bag. I already have everything else, so I don't need any of the other things. Just a bag. She could use a bag. So pretty much I'm only doing this when it comes to either Stormwind or Orgrimmar, because none of my other characters can get to the Dragon Isles, so yeah, that's basically it. It's all my little level 60 and below characters that are in Stormwind and Orgrimmar. Just, you know, killing the goblin to try and get the bag. That's about it. Alright, we got 10 seconds, and then I'm going to get to drawing. No bag. Anyway, we're gonna go dancing on Amma for now. So I'm just gonna get her on her mailbox. Also, I hope everybody's having a nice day today. We had a hailstorm, which was interesting. It got like really yellow outside, and then it started raining ice balls, so that was cool. Like, I just noticed it got really loud all of a sudden, and when I looked out the window, there was just like balls of ice falling everywhere, and I'm like, oh, that's a thing. I haven't seen hail since I was like a kid, probably. Very rare. Let's see, is anybody on the mailbox? Doesn't look like it. My mailbox. There we go. Yeah, I broke down. You know, like, I got it for a really dumb reason. Like, I really, really should not be spending that kind of money at all, and like, I played a little bit of Diablo 3 back in the day because again it came with a special edition of World of Warcraft or something. So, and you know, I know that the mount was like if you pre-purchase Diablo 4 you get it, and I couldn't. I tried for so long not to do it, but I really like the mount a lot. So, and I don't even have enough hard drive space on my computer right now to even install Diablo 4. I tried, and it's like, no, you're not doing this. And I don't really play Diablo games. I don't play a lot of other games except for WoW and Elder Scrolls Online. That's pretty much like all I play right now. So I knew that I basically blew $75 on a game I'm probably never going to play just so I could get a mount, which is not a good thing to do considering my income has been kind of shit for the past 2 months, you know? But I'm sorry, I have a bad addiction to mounts and WoW. And like that one was just one of those ones where it's like, oh my god, I have to have it. And like I said, for months I tried to talk myself out of it, and I'm gonna try and justify buying Diablo 4. Like I am going to uninstall some other games so that I can install it, and I'm going to play it. But yeah. The real reason why I got it was just for the mount. Like, I don't really care about Diablo. I just wanted the mount. Twitch and YouTube. Yep, I've been streaming to both Twitch and YouTube for a while because I wanted to get, like, more exposure. But YouTube doesn't really get me much, that's for sure. So I definitely get more, like, pretty much everyone that watches my streams is watching from Twitch typically, so. Let's see, it's alright so far. Every time I play Diablo games I get bored, starting to feel it within the second act. But everyone has a different experience. For me, it's like, I don't know, you run around, you kill monsters, you collect stuff, and like that does grow old for me. Because like I said, I've only ever played Diablo 3 because I think it was during Mists of Pandaria, you know, they had that, like, if you buy the whatever special edition of WoW, you get Diablo 3. And you get Tyrell's Charger mount. And again, the only reason I did all of that was to get the mount. Like, I don't care about the Diablo game, but my friends had me play it with them, like, once or twice. And I was just like, okay. It didn't do anything for me, really. I didn't know what I was doing. It didn't excite me. You know. I'm not really that into it. So again, here we go. I have a game that I'm not gonna play, probably, because I just wanted the mount for WoW. It's terrible. It's like, it's just one of those mounts, like, oh my god, I have to have that. I have to. And then I feel bad about it, because it's like, dude, you spent $75 for a mount for, like, a virtual item. You shouldn't have done that. Bad. Bad, Emily. That's money that could pay bills. I mean, my bills are all paid. Like, I am very responsible with my money, even though I do some dumb things. But like, I always make sure everything that's important in life is taken care of, you know, so. But still, like, my finances haven't been super great because I haven't been getting enough commissions, so I really shouldn't be frivolously spending money on video games of any sort for any reason right now. But, you know, we all have our flaws. Nobody's perfect. Super cool and awesome orc in the background. Is that you? One of your characters? Oh, it is! I just took a guess. Why be in the background when you could be up front and center with me? Made this orc only for the heritage armor? Oh. See, what level are you at right now? Level 10. You got a ways to go. Told myself I was going to unlock them all. That's going to be a lot of work. Every single heritage armor? Oh my god. Good luck with that. Also, hey Savannah, and hello Super Jewel. Welcome. Tick looks great. Thank you. Yeah, right now I'm trying to finish up I don't think I streamed this last time, because I literally did this entire thing off stream. I was kind of having like a minor art burnout going on last week. Like, ever since I got back from my vacation at Maine, I've been kind of having a struggle a little bit, where it's like, you know, I have all these art projects, these commissions to do, but I just, you know, haven't really wanted to stream, you know. Sometimes I want to do my art in quiet, you know, off stream, you know. Because there's always like a lot of pressure when you're streaming your art, because you gotta work fairly quickly, and you can't be distracted, and you gotta, you know, you gotta also talk and entertain people at the same time. And sometimes, you know, it's hard for me to get focused and get into that state of flow, you know, that creative, happy place where you're like really doing good. And I was just having a kind of a hard time like really focusing a few days ago. So I was like, you know, I'm just gonna do this off stream and, you know, finish it up on stream. And I was feeling a little bit of that art burnout where like I just don't feel like drawing. So it was like I was really pushing myself a little too hard, and I know when I get that feeling where I don't want to draw, that I have to force myself to take a break. Like, I have to take a day or two off to just recharge, you know, the creative battery, because when this starts feeling not fun anymore, then that's my body telling me I need to go do other stuff. So I've been, you know, spending the past 3 days doing a lot of other stuff, but mostly out of necessity, because I just had a really busy week. I had a lot of appointments and family obligations and things like that going on. So, you know, I needed a little bit of art-free time where I'm not drawing. Because Because if you think about it, like, I do art sometimes up to 30 hours a week, depending, you know, because I could stream 6 to 7 hours a day, like, you know, 4 days a week, and then I do private art lessons on the weekends, so it's definitely a good reason to get burnt out, you know, when you're doing art that much for that many hours. And then it's like it's always art for other people, like it's not art that's my own. And when I finally do get to make art for me, I don't feel like doing that either because I'm just so burnt out from drawing. So it takes me like a year to get one picture done that's just my own original thing because I work on it in dribs and drabs here and there. So now I'm at that unique place where I rarely fall into this, but um you know, I get to the point in the month where sometimes I run out of art commissions. And it's always this mixed feeling of like excitement, like, holy crap, I finally finished every project I had. I'm all caught up. There's no more. And that means that I can do my own thing. But at the same time, it's terror because it means I have no income at all other than the art lessons. So it's like a blessing and a curse at the same time because I could use this newfound free time to work on stuff that will, you know, make passive income. Like I was talking about doing art to license for products. Like I want to do Halloween decorations and stuff like that. Or I could work on, you know, Shadows of Etheria. Or I could work on stuff for Comic-Con to get a table. There's so many things I could work on. But, you know, I what always happens is I advertise, you know, that I'm out of commissions and then I fill up every single spot and then I never have any time to work on any of those projects. So part of me is like, I know I need to advertise and I need to like let people know, hey, I need commissions because I need income. And part of me is like, I don't want to do commissions. I want to do my own thing. So it's like an internal battle going on, you know? Because I know I need income, so I need commissions. So it's like, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. And thank you so much, Curse, for resubbing for 24 months. That's 2 years you've been subbed. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're a good supporter. Also, hello, Baboon. Let's see. Check in here, the chat. Okay, all caught up there. But anywho. So, yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so this is the conundrum, you know, of being a commission artist. Because I like doing art commissions and it makes me money to live on. But at the same time, the art commissions take up all of my time so that I can't do other art projects. Or at least, like, even though I schedule 1 day a week, you know, Thursdays as the personal art day, which would be the day to work on other projects, like, somehow I have a very hard time being motivated to work on my own projects, even if I have the time to do them, because I just don't have the motivation to work on my own stuff, because I get burnt out. And also, it's, for me, it's very hard to be motivated to do art when you know you're not making any money from it, because, like, money is so freaking important. So it's like every time I do something for me, it's like, well, this isn't something that I can, sell or use or, it's like I just did a picture of Amalthera and Viserion and that was just for fun and it took a lot of work, but, I can't license it. I can't make it into posters to sell. So it's like, I guess there's that feeling of pressure too. It's like if I do take time to make my own art, it has to be something that's somehow sellable in some way. Like something I could sell at Comic-Con or sell online as a print or make stickers out of it or. So, in a way, my hobby became work to the point now where sometimes I don't even go on my PC, like not even to play WoW, because I associate sitting here with just working all the time. So on days that I don't do any streaming or art, I don't even turn on my computer, I'm like off my computer all day. So it's weird. But it's something that I go through. It's like this love-hate. Like, I love doing the commissions and I hate doing the commissions because sometimes I just want to do other things. But then when I have the time to do other things, I don't have the motivation to do them. So it's like, oh my god. I always feel like I'm just a lazy person. I don't know. I don't want to say I'm just burnt out all the time. I really do believe I'm just a lazy person. Or maybe it's hard to see the forest before the trees because it's like if the stuff that would make the passive income takes so much hard work with no payoff and no guarantee of payoff. So there's a lot of worry, like, should I even waste my time doing it, kind of thing. Like, for example, Shadows of Etheria, like, if I turn it into a illustrated novel, could I ever get it published? Would anybody even read it? It would take me, like, a year, maybe more, to make it. And then what if nothing comes of it? Then I just wasted a whole year, making a project that got nowhere. But unfortunately, in a creative field, it's just a risk everybody's got to take. If you're a musician, you got to record that music. If you're an artist, you got to make that art. If you're a writer, you got to write that novel. There's never any guarantee that anything is ever going to actually take off. But you gotta just do it anyway, So there you go. Let's see, you'd hate drawing my D&D dwarf Russ. His whole body is a tapestry of the history of the world, which are runes that give his power. There's so much detail that Russ will never get it. That I will never get a commission of him. Well, here's the thing. If you have a character that has a detail like that, the artist would have to, what's the word? Simplify, I guess. Like, obviously no artist is going to paint a tattoo of all the details of a world or lore or something like that. That's like a near impossible undertaking, but they could paint like a facsimile of something to represent the idea that you have, So like they could paint like a scene that looks like, like a battle or something. Or whatever, whatever's in your character's history. But, like, you definitely couldn't expect an artist to, like, paint the entire thing. That'd be like asking me to paint all of world history on a tattoo of a character, starting with Mesopotamia and Babylon and ancient Egypt. It's like, you know, that's not possible. Like, I could paint, you know, a few characters in each style, like, very loosely and roughly to give you the idea of it, but that'd be it, you know. It's like the way Bob Ross simplifies really complicated backgrounds, you know, like all these trees and forests, but he does it with a few brush strokes. It would be something like that. It's like implied in the picture, but not done in excruciating detail. So that's how artists do. We gotta like simplify complicated information and break it down. Because really, at the end of the day, the tattoos on the characters are not the main focus. The main focus is usually the character's face and their eyes. Like, that's the focal point that people look at when they look at art of a humanoid of any sort. We gravitate towards faces. So that would be the area that would have to have, you know, the most detail. For sure. But of course, if you were really like, you know, there are some clients that are super duper like, it has to be this way. You know, if you're like really gung ho, like this tattoo has to be, it has to have every little detail, then, you know, you're just gonna have to draw it yourself. Because, like, you know, artist's job is to take complicated information and break it down into bite-sized, understandable things. And if you're gonna fight the artist on that, then, you know, you're either gonna have to do it yourself or find somebody crazy enough to try and do it, and that's probably gonna cost you a lot of money, so that's my 2 cents. I walked out of my room to do something I don't even remember and saw my dad getting into the car, so I chased him down the driveway to ask where he was going, barefoot on rocks. Eek! That sounds painful. I hope everything's okay. I'm a tough country girl, yeehaw. Just going to the store. Aha, I see, I see. I got to bring Bibble to the store yesterday. That was fun. Basically, yesterday we had to abandon the apartment for 4 hours because we've been having a lot of ants coming in. Apparently, like, everybody's having issues with ants up here. So they had to come in and like spray the apartment, and you know, the poisons and stuff are not good, so like we had to go away for 4 hours. So we took Bibble to the state park and walked her on her leash for like 2 hours, just like you would walk a dog. You know, she has a little harness, and she had a really fun time. She went pee in the woods, and she got to, you know, look around and sniff everything and explore and have a good time. And then after that, we put her in the car and we went to BJ's to get some groceries. And we took her in the store with us in the shopping cart. So we put her in her cat carrier and then put the cat carrier in the shopping cart. And she was really, really quiet and well behaved, and none of the employees said anything, luckily. Because I was kind of worried they're going to be like, what are you doing? You can't bring a cat in here. But, you know, nobody said anything. They saw the cat and they're just like, yeah, whatever, you know. So, yeah, we walked around the whole store. We bought some food and then we checked out and nobody seemed to care. And Bibble was quiet the whole time, you know. She didn't meow or complain or anything. She was really good. And then we came home and we still had like a half hour left, so we pretty much had to keep her outside until we were finally able to like let her come back in. So it was quite the day. But you know, Bibble had fun because she likes to go adventuring. Storable, Bibble, parkable. I tried to put one of my cats in a harness. She didn't like it. As a former retail worker who had people bring all sorts of animals in the store, nobody really cares, and I always loved it. Hello, Nika Needy. Someone bought a big old lizard in the store once, so I let it perch on her shoulder. She shopped. Aww, that's so cute. When I used to work in Home Depot, I've seen all kinds of people bringing pets. Like, there are people who would have birds, lizards, mostly dogs, though. One time they found a kitten in the garden center, like, hiding by the pallets, and I wanted to adopt it so bad. Like, I was ready, but these people just took it. They're like, nope, it's ours now. And I was like, no! I want the baby! Like, I would have adopted that kitten in a heartbeat. But it was not meant to be. And, you know, at the time, looking back, I probably wouldn't have had the money to afford it anyway, unfortunately. So, I guess it worked out the way it was supposed to. My only issue with people's pets in the store is when they're not behaving, like if they start snarling and barking at me, or if they pee or poo on the floor. Oh yeah, I get it. Yeah. I can give you a cat. I have plenty to spare. Unfortunate. The only problem we ever had was a puppy peed in front of our bathroom. It was a tiny poodle. Yeah, I've seen that happen. Like, well, especially in PetSmart, but, you know, obviously people bring their pets in there because it's, you know, it's exactly the place for it. But we do get a lot of puppies in PetSmart that pee on the floor, so. And then they put up the wet floor sign, you know, while they're waiting for somebody that has time to mop it up. So it's kind of gross, you know. And one time when I brought Bibble to the vet, she pooped herself because she was so scared. Poor baby. Like, they handed her to me in her cat carriage, and I'm like, dude, she's got poop hanging out of her butt. So they helped me, like, get her cleaned up before I brought her home because she was so traumatized. My poor little baby. They literally scared the shit out of her. Poor thing. And when we were driving back from Maine, like, Bibble was in the back seat of the car and she howled, like, really loud all of a sudden, and then Mike's like, Em, she's peeing on the seat. So she got, like, scared. I don't know what spooked her, but she just got so scared and nervous that she just, you know, started peeing. So I had to pull over the car and then grab some wet wipes and clean the seat and wipe up Bibble. Poor thing. She did really well, though, for the rest of the trip, because the first drive to Maine was like 13 hours, and then the drive home was 8. Because, you know, on the drive there, my dad's like, I want to take the scenic route. I want to see the ocean the whole way. You know, made me deviate from the GPS, so an 8-hour trip took 13 hours, and that was like horrible because I've never driven that far before, and that was like way too much driving, and I will never do that again. But anyway, like, you know, Bibble held up pretty well, so. And by the time we like actually got to the house in Maine, you know, as soon as I set up her cat box, she went to the bathroom. She had to go so bad. Like, she held it that whole 13 hours, poor thing. She's a good girl. But yeah, so accidents happen with our little furry friends. Do, 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 do. See, especially since I'm the janitor and thus the one saddled with the job of cleaning up after them. Yeah, I getcha. When I first got my dog, he got so excited as I rubbed his belly that he peed on me. Oh my god, that's so funny. I mean, that's horrible, but it's also funny. I remember when I was a kid, like, we adopted a dog. He was like a Dalmatian mix or something, and his name was Domino. And he always had this problem where when it was time to take him out to go for a walk so he could go to the bathroom, he could not hold it at all. So, like, while you're busy trying to open up the door, he would just be peeing, like, all over the floor. And, you know, we would take him out fairly often, too. It's not like he would, you know, be sitting in the house all day with his bladder just filling up. He literally just could not hold it, like, at all. I don't know if it was because something was wrong with him or if he was old or what it was. But it was frustrating because it's like, dude, we're literally trying to get you outside so you could go to the bathroom and you're just peeing all over the floor. And I will admit, like, I am definitely more of a cat person than a dog person. So I really do like that cats are, you know, very clean for the most part. Like, they'll use their litter box, and hopefully if you have a well-behaved good kitty, they're not going to go to the bathroom anywhere else that they shouldn't. Where I feel like with dogs, you know, it's you're probably likely to have accidents, you know. Unless the dog's like really, really well trained. But even the well-trained dogs can have accidents. Let's see what we said here. When we were moving to Texas, we brought our cat with us in a large cat cage. She spent the entire first day just howling and yowling. And on the second day, we just let her out of the cage while in the car, and she promptly climbed up on top of the cage and proceeds to fall asleep. She spent the rest of the trip that way, only going in the cage when we arrived at hotels. Aww. Let's see, I'm thinking he was likely not treated well by his former owners. He got passed around by 2 owners before he got to me. He was free, which, as a purebred Siberian Husky, is wild. Aww. Also, I love Huskies. I mean, I'm not a dog person, but Huskies are like my favorite because they look like wolves. They're super pretty, very floofy. I like them. But yeah. When we go on road trips with Bibble, like, Mike will sit with her so that we can let her out of the cage because, you know, she doesn't like being cooped up in the cat carrier the whole time because it's very small. There's not like a lot of room for her to move around in there, so it definitely seems more humane to like let her out, you know. And she does pretty well. Like, for most of the trip, she just laid on Mike's lap and she was pretty quiet and peaceful. I was honestly surprised, though, yesterday how when we brought her into BJ's, she didn't yowl or anything. Like, she was so well behaved and so quiet, just in her cat carrier, just looking at everything. But, you know, to be fair, when she was a kitten, we used to take her to PetSmart, too. So she has gotten to experience, like, being in a store setting. So, we used to, like, let her go on the cat trees and PetSmart and stuff when she was a kitten. And everybody would be gawking at how adorable she was. And eventually, one day when we had enough money, we finally bought her one of the cat trees, so, you know, she sometimes uses it, but most of the time, no. So what I do, I move it around, and when it changes locations, sometimes it gets interesting again. But if it's in the same spot for too long, she gets bored of it, and then she just ignores it, so, you know, I have to try and keep the cat tree interesting, or Bibble will snub it, basically. Because she's, you know, she's spoiled like that. It's like, Bibble, we had to save up. We had to work so hard to save up money to buy you a real cat tree. And you don't even want to use it. Why, Bibble? Oh, I hear thunder again. Hopefully I don't lose power. We had hail earlier, so it was like I looked out the window and it was raining ice rocks, so that was fun. And it was very yellow outside, like, you know, that creepy, eerie yellow color that you see in like a tornado movie or something? Where you know the weather is gonna take a really nasty turn. It was like that. He's so pretty, he has ginger fur and blue eyes. Aww! Oh my god, I'd love to see a picture of your dog. Oh, that is such a gorgeous doggy. Look at that little derp face. Aww. He's a big floofer. A floofin' woofer. We have a new neighbor who just moved in next door, and she has like a full-blooded poodle. Like, not one of those little ones, but like a big poodle. The French poodle kind of poodle. And it's actually amazing. It's like, I don't think I've ever seen one in person until now, but they're huge. Like, very big dogs. And his name's Albert. He's a nice boy. The only thing is, every time his owner has to go out, like, Albert just barks and howls the whole time she's gone. He has, like, really bad separation anxiety. So sometimes I bark and howl back at him through the wall, you know, just to, like, let him know he's not alone. It's like, I hear you, Albert. You're okay. Your mommy will come home eventually. Poor guy. Plus, I mean, he's like in a brand new apartment, so it must be really scary, you know, being all alone in a new place, and he has to get used to it. He is huge and heavy. Separation anxiety for both me and my dog. I have separation anxiety for Bibble. Like, when I went to, San Diego back in February to meet Mike's grandma, and you know, my friend David was coming over to take care of Bibble. I was like a wreck. I mean, David was texting me pictures of her and like letting me know she was okay. He'd come over every couple of hours to feed her and spend time with her. But I was still like just missing being with her really bad. Because, you know, I've never been away from her since I got her. And that was really tough. At least when I went to Maine, she got to go with us, so we had a really good time there. Oh, also, I don't know if you guys know, but today is Bibble's 5th birthday. And in the Pets channel, I posted a video where I sing happy birthday to her and I give her her tuna. So, like, that's her tradition. Every year she gets a can of tuna with a candle in it. And I don't light the candle, obviously, because I don't want to, like, set her on fire. You know? Like, a cat isn't gonna know how to blow out a candle, so. But yeah, Bibble is 5 years old today. Hard to believe I've had her for 5 years now. Because she was 8 weeks old when I got her. You know, that like that's about the right age to get a cat because they gotta be weaned from their mother and they also need to have been socialized and all that stuff. His separation anxiety got worse since we went down to Florida. He got used to being in a room with me all the time, so now he wants to come into my room at home. But I'm allergic. Aww. I tolerate it for him, but sometimes it gets to be too much. Aww. Do you take like any kind of allergy medicine at all? Like maybe that'll help a little bit to ease up the symptoms. That's gotta suck though. Like, you love your pet, but you're allergic to them. I can't even imagine. I struggle to take pills, unfortunately, like real bad. I know they're gonna help me, but I think trauma from when I almost choked twice as a kid has ruined it for me. You know, Mike has the same problem. Like, he really does. He struggles to swallow pills, and sometimes when he is taking his medicine, he does choke. But it's like, you know, sometimes you gotta fight your fears and do something you don't want to do for your health, you know? Like, I got sometime this week, I am going to be getting a phone call from this place where I have to go in and get an iron infusion because apparently my iron is really low. Which is funny because the bariatric doctors are like, so you must feel like crap, right? You must feel really tired all the time and everything. And I'm like, no. Like, if my iron is really low and I'm anemic and I'm supposed to feel like crap, I don't. Like, I feel pretty good. I have good energy. I don't notice it at all. But, like, they want me to get an IV put in my arm and then, like, get blasted with iron. So, I'm not looking forward to that at all. Because every time they have to put needles in my arm, like, to find a vein, even just to, like, take blood, you know, for regular blood tests and stuff, they have a really hard time finding my veins, and they hurt me, like, every time. Usually they can't find my veins, and they stick me, like, 3 or 4 times, and they bruise me really bad because they stab their needles all the way through my vein. And they give me a hematoma, which is a blood bruise, and they wiggle the needle in my vein, like, oh, maybe this will get it going, and I feel all the burning and stinging of them doing that, because they're freaking literally ripping my vein to pieces with the needle, trying to get a blood draw. So, you know, it's a little traumatizing. I kind of go into shock, because not only am I getting stuck multiple times, and getting horrendous blood bruises all up and down my arms and my hands and my forearms and everywhere that they try to stick me. But they wiggle the damn needle around and they make it hurt really bad, so I go into shock and I start to, like, get woozy, so they have to, like, lay me back because, you know, I'll throw up or I'll pass out. Because these people really suck at finding my veins. So putting an IV in is even worse. Like, trauma times 10. Because they have to put in an IV port, and those IV needles are huge. So I really, really don't want to do this, but they're like, you have to because your iron is really low. And I'm not a happy camper, but you know what? That brings me just back to the point of the story here, where sometimes you gotta do something you really don't want to do and you're afraid of, and it's awful, but you gotta do it for your health. So, taking pills or having an IV put in your arm into your sad little tiny veins, it's just something we have to do, you know? So, moral of the story is you just gotta be strong. You just gotta do what you gotta do. And if you don't do it, then, you know, you gotta suffer the consequences. And for you, it's allergies to the dog. And for me, it's, I guess, becoming anemic or something. And that would be bad. So, yeah. Let's see. My granny and dad are champs. They just grab a handful and pop them in. Anemic gang. Oh, are you anemic too? When I get shots or when I had to get surgery to get my tumor removed, I just don't look at it to keep me from thinking about it, which helped me through getting pierced. Me getting tons of piercings and wanting more is less scary than taking pills to me, which is so funny. Me and my sister, I believe, get it from my mom. Oh. For me, it's because I had gastric bypass surgery, so even though, like, I take all the vitamins I'm supposed to take, sometimes I just don't absorb them. So, like, my B12 was kind of low, and my vitamin D was low, and my iron. is, well, according to them, my iron is very low, so that's why they want me to get an infusion. So, I really don't want to do it because I know it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt so bad. They're gonna wreck my poor arms. And I'm gonna have to go in there and tell them, like, I got really shitty veins, so... I don't want to do it. Is it almost goblin time? 3 minutes. I'm trying to like pay attention to when the goblin pops up. Because I'm gonna log on to like another one of my characters and hopefully get the bag. Tons of health problems passed down from my parents. I even have a rib deformity. Oh no. Eek. Sorry to hear that. I think overall, like, I have pretty good genetics and my health is like not terrible. But I don't know. I definitely got hit with the obesity stick from my dad's side of the family. Because, like, I don't know, some of us Italian commissa people just, like, you could eat a salad and you could exercise and you'll be fat. So, I got hit with that stick. But it isn't just genetics, like, it's definitely a lot of, like, lifestyle as well. Because I can say that, you know, most of my life I've been a pretty sedentary person. You know, I'm like a lay around, sit around, play video games, make art, do crafts, you know, kind of person. And also I always just ate too much food and ate too much sugar and too much of the wrong thing. So, you know, the consequences of those lifestyle choices catch up. So paired with the genetic propensity to get fat, it was just like the perfect storm. So I've been heavy since childhood. And I have an uncle, my dad's brother, my Uncle Tony, and he is like 400-500 pounds, and I don't know how he's even still alive, honestly, because he's huge. Uncle Tony is gigantic. I'm gonna pick a tune to log into real quick to get the treasure goblin. I'm gonna do my bank tune because she can really use a big bag. I get migraines every other day, so does my sister. It's why I keep my room dark 24/7. Aww. That's rough. I grew up with my grandparents from mom's side. Everyone in this part of the family is so thin, but I was always bigger. On my dad's side, people are tall and wide, not necessarily obese, just literally wide. See, it's like you never know, you know, what genetics you're gonna get, you know. Like, it's funny because my brother was the skinny one. Like, no matter how much he ate, he didn't gain any weight. But, like, I was fat. And my mom, man, she really blew up. She didn't used to be heavy when she was young. But, like, in her old age, she was over 300 pounds. My dad was over 300 pounds, and I got to be over 300 pounds when I graduated college. I was 330 pounds at my heaviest. So that wasn't fun. Does Horde have a good RP? I've never been able to find good RP. You know, I wouldn't know because RPing in game at Wyvern's Tail is not the greatest. But if you can get into like an RP guild or something, you might find people who are good at RP, maybe. But if you're just doing like walk-ups, you know, it's hit or miss, mostly miss, I would say. So, yeah. Take of that what you will. Most of the inner city walk-up RPs are kind of trash, in my opinion. They're boring. They're just boring. So I prefer one-on-one RP, and I prefer to do it in Discord because then I could write lengthy posts and I can edit the posts and you can add in artwork and screenshots and pictures to go with it, and it's just way better. So there's my 2 cents on the whole matter. Okay, so now we wait for the goblin, and while we do that, we draw. So I'm continuing to like thicken up the outer lines in case anybody's wondering what I'm doing. I never can RP in game, only through Discord. It takes too much time for me to write answers. Yeah, I really prefer Discord RP, honestly. Because not only that, I don't have to be logged into WoW for hours and hours to RP. Like I could post on my phone anywhere, so I could be sitting in the living room on the couch, I could be sitting in a parking lot in the car. Like, it doesn't matter where I am, and that's what's nice about it, so I can post whenever. Whereas RPing in WoW, like, you have to be in WoW, and you can't, like, leave your computer, you know? You can't get a change of scenery. And it's harder to be able to post large posts as well. I mean, I know they do have add-ons that like extend the length of your posts in the game if you like to write more. But and then there's the other fact that like unless you have add-ons to block out other chat, like your RP posts gradually get buried, you know, in other chatter, which is so annoying. In Discord, everything could be nice and organized. You could have like literal servers that are just for your RP. You can make out of character channels so you could separate your out of character chat from your RP posts. And it's just so much nicer. It's way more laid back. And I find that when you do one-on-one RP with like a partner that you really mesh with, the stories are so much more enjoyable. And it's not like just the, you know, the casual fluff that you see in the game all the time. It's like in the game it's all this small talk and just you don't really get to know anybody's characters. There's no real character development. It's just random crap most of the time. And I prefer to actually have like a real good plot and serious character development and a lot of, play multiple different characters. When I RP, I like it to be like an actual story, And I missed the goblin. I wasn't paying attention and everybody killed it. Ah, good. Oh well. Anyway, who cares? I was literally standing right there at the goblin and I missed it because I was just drawing and talking. Not the first time I've done that, by the way. Let's see. Reading the chat here. I personally would say there's good RP on both Moonguard and Wormrest Accord, but if Moonguard is mostly Alliance RP, the Horde RP is far more inclusive and guild/world focused. and it's the inverse of Wormrest Accord, where Horde has a more public crowd. I would say it's your mileage may vary. Right now in WoW, RP in game is near dead since the cities are sharded. Listener add-on will save you. Oh yeah, listener is the one that separates out your RP from all the other chat. Have the snooper up, it logs targets chat. Oh, that's good. I do Alliance RP on Moonguard, it's great, but every time I check on Horde, it's nearly dead. Horde is dead on Moonguard. It's only guild/world RP. You have to go to Wormrest Accord for open Horde RP. I'll try that once the sharding is over. I personally feel only RPing with a partner limits development, actually. I don't know, I don't have that experience. Like, I have way more character development, interesting plots when I RP one-on-one, you know, with a partner. Because we actually plan out, like, our stories, and we have casts lists, and we have multiple different characters, and, you know, we discuss, like, ideas with each other before we RP it out, so we kind of have, like, an idea of what we want to have happen. And our characters absolutely do grow and change and develop over time, you know, because we plan for it in advance. It's like writing a novel, you know? Like, we want to have some idea of what's going to happen. So while it can take away a bit of the spontaneity of RP, where you just don't know what's going to happen next, I kind of prefer that style of RP a little better, because I want to write a good story that I'm going to actually enjoy. So that's my main focus. Going to dinner. See you later. The issue is you omit the rest of the world. You're in your own world. You're writing a book, not developing in the world. True. But yeah, most of the RP that I've ever done in WoW has not been good, so, you know, I can't speak to whatever experiences you've had doing open world in-game stuff. Like, I know open world in-game RP, there's a lot of spontaneity and stuff that can happen, and you're gonna be coming across all different kinds of characters. So you have to really think on your toes, like, how does your character fit into this? Like, where does your character fit in? And, you know, for the most part, all of, like, the kind of RP that I've done in game has just been, like, tavern small talk. And when I was in a guild, the guild was really boring. Like, the RP was stifling. So, and that was the only experience I ever had in a RP guild. Like, I've only done it once and never again since. Because the leader of the guild was kind of a tool. He was really bad. It was not good. It was not a good, fun time. It can only be good if you let it. That's important to development, though. You can also choose what you RP with or where you RP. I'm happily in an RP guild and I love walk up RP. I actively avoid taverns because people who go to taverns don't want RP. Yeah, see, like, you know, I don't have an RP guild, and when I do find RP happening organically in the world, it's like, it's always between a group of people, and I don't want to just butt in, you know, because it's usually between guilds, so I'm not just gonna, like, walk up and try and insert myself into some people's role plays. So, like, unless I meet somebody and we whisper each other and, you know, want to try out a RP together, like, it's pretty much, I'm not going to be RPing with anybody. So, I'm really, for me personally, I'm a one-on-one RPer. I've always hated group RPs with a flaming passion because they've always gone really bad. I've done group RPs and forums where we have like 15 different people, and you always, you know, not only do you have to wait for each person to post in their turn order, which like takes forever, and some people they don't post so they hold up the entire thing. Um there's people who just are really not good at RPing and they kind of drag the whole thing down. So there's that too, which I find super annoying, you know. So like for me, I prefer to stay out of guild RP and group RP as a whole. Like I don't like it. It's not my style. I really like writing a novel with one person, like just writing a book. Like that's how I prefer to do storytelling. And you know, everybody has their methods and it's all good. It's like whatever works for you, you know. Never seen an RP that's exclusive or inclusive. The whole point of RP is to be assertive and put yourself out there. If they're bad at RP, either give them a chance or excuse yourself. Everyone deserves a chance. Yeah, see, I've been in like just the kind of RPs where you don't the group RPs anyway, it's like unless you're really assertive, you're not going to get a word in. So the last time I was in a guild RP, half the time the guild leader was very forceful with like who's allowed to talk and when. So we always just stood around and we're like not allowed to talk, we're not allowed to say anything, and he's the only one who's allowed to have the dialogue and carry out the story. And it made me really bored. I'd literally just be sitting there watching him post paragraphs of drivel while we have like 20 people standing around and we can't do anything, you know? And again, like I said, this is the only experience I've ever had with a guild RP, and the guild leader was real a real hot mess. There was a lot of bad things about this guy. He was extremely controlling of the guild. Like he wouldn't let you RP in the cities at all. Like if he even saw you in the city, he would yell at you. Like he would pretty much spy on where we were. Like, and if he saw you going into like Goldshire or whatever, he'd kick you out of the guild. But you weren't allowed to RP in Stormwind, and I mean it was ridiculous. We were pretty much limited to just RPing in Ashenvale. Like that's the only place we're allowed to be, or some Night Elf area. It was a Night Elf only guild, in case you're wondering. It was supposed, well, not Night Elf only, but Elf only. And, like, if you're a Blood Elf, the only mount you're allowed to ride is, like, the Hawkstrider. Like, you're not allowed to ride any other mount. If you're Night Elf, you're only allowed to ride the Panthers. It was like that kind of controlling. Like, what your character can do, where your character can be, what your character is allowed to wear. That's right. We had to wear specific outfits for this guild, too. Like, ceremonial outfits. It was, very, very controlling. Like, you're not allowed to be your own character. You have to be what the guild leader wants you to be. So... And then also, when I left the guild, the guy started, like... The guild leader messaged me and he started asking me, why'd you leave? And I just basically said, like, I'm sorry, but I'm busy and I don't have time for this RP anymore. Like, I gotta do art and stuff. And he started cursing me out and, like, yelling at me. He's like, but you're a guild officer and you have responsibilities and you're not allowed to just leave. And so, yeah, in case you're wondering, that was my one and only experience. And it was bad. Very, very bad. And many of the other people that were in this guild did eventually leave. So it was called the Guardians of Ashenvale, and the leader is named Night Song. So if you ever get messaged by a Night Song on Moonguard who wants you to join this all-elf Guardians of Ashenvale guild or the Tower of Silastar on the Horde side, just say no. Say no and don't join. Because it was really bad. Wow, it is thundering really big outside. Let's see. Where are we here? Reading up the chat. Let's see. If I don't get to speak / I'm not responded to it, just move on. I get too much anxiety with RP in groups, like I worry too much that I will somehow ruin the experience for others or that I will embarrass myself in front of everyone. I definitely get that too. I feel like for group RP, personally, I'm like if it's not done in a turn-based sort of way where everybody gets their turn to say something and it's just a free-for-all, like I have to be assertive and try and like get 2 cents in so that my character can be heard and seen somehow. And then I'm always worried, like, am I doing it too much? Like, am I taking away space from other people to express themselves, you know, and let their characters in? So I definitely get that anxiety, you know? See, Savannah is upset at me, and that's okay, because everybody is entitled to their opinion, and I have every right to talk about, you know, my experiences with my one RP, and yes, you know, it was in the past, but... Uh-oh, looks like my stream program is... My Twitch chat is crashing now. Oh no. We gotta fix this. My whole internet browser crashed. I wonder WoW didn't crash. Let's see here. Edit. View. Reset UI. No, I don't want to do that. My chat just went blank. So, and my internet browser crashed. So, I have to reopen it. If it will reopen. So just so you guys know, I can't see the chat right now. Because it's completely blank. And I might lose power because we're having a thunderstorm, so... If the stream, like, cuts out, then, you know, you guys will know why. Okay. Slowly but surely, I'm getting loaded here. Do. Okay. Okay, I got the, I got Twitch to load in my browser, so I can see the chat there. But unfortunately in my OBS, it's all messed up right now, so I can't see the chat on there, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to, like, minimize my browser and open it up periodically. to be able to like read the chat and respond. So I do apologize if like I'm a little slow to respond to the chat. Because usually I can see the chat, like I just gotta look over at my second monitor. But it's like not working here. Let's see, maybe I can reset it. Hang on a minute. Is there any way to reload it? Maybe I gotta unlock the docks and then... I don't want to like remove the dock and then put it back in, because that would be kind of annoying. I might have to restart the stream. That's probably the only way I could actually fix it, is to end the stream and start it back up again. And Savannah, let me see, I'm reading what you said. So I get that you're like upset with me for expressing, you know, my one-sided opinion about group roleplay. And that, you know, my outlook on it is very negative when you've had very positive experiences with it. Because, like, I'm only going off of one experience that I've had. Well, technically not one, but, you know, I've had more than one experience with group roleplay, but not necessarily World of Warcraft, but just, you know, in general, because I used to roleplay in Second Life and on forums and stuff. So I've been role-playing for a long, long time. Like, since 2009, probably, online. Maybe even before that. Because I think I've done some role plays when I was like 17 as well, in like the .hack chat way back in the day. So like I have more than just, you know, what I told you about World of Warcraft. I've had many, many years of experiences with group role play, and they're not all bad. I mean, I know I brought up just the negative stuff, but like, I have had fun with group role plays. Like, in Second Life, I used to do this Naruto role play. And I know it's a real nerdy thing, but, like, I was really into Naruto back in, like, 2004. So, we used to, like, do the whole thing where we start out at the bottom and then work our way up the ranks trying to become, you know, higher ranked ninjas and everything. And I used to have a lot of fun with that. And then also, we had a Vampire Knight roleplay server, which I don't know if you guys have seen that anime, but that was also fun because it's like a school where half of the school is humans and the other half is vampires, and then you got the students who are supposed to keep the vampires from, you know, feeding on the human students and, you know, behaving themselves. So, you know, that was fun. And, you know, you had your good role players and you had your not so good role players. Like people who are just kind of jerks and whatever. But that's just the way it is, you know, it's always going to be a mixed bag of people who are chill and people who aren't. And usually the people who aren't eventually, you know, peter out. They go off, they do their own thing. So I'm not going to say that every experience I've ever had with group RP was bad. It just, for World of Warcraft, my experiences with group RP were, for the most part, not stellar. But whenever I did like one-on-one or even just like maybe 3 people at most, it was okay. But when it gets to be more than that, it's a little overwhelming for me. But this is in no way, by the way, me expressing, you know, my personal experiences is in no way me trying to tell people, like, this is going to be your experience and that you shouldn't do it and you're not going to have fun doing it. So if that's how you're interpreting what I'm saying, like, that is not at all what I'm saying. It's just like if somebody says, you know, they had a bad experience going to Taco Bell and they got food poisoning and it forever tainted their experience of Taco Bell and they're never going to eat there again because it made them sick. Plenty of people eat Taco Bell's food and they don't get sick and it's just fine. But like, you know, everybody has their thing, you know. Some people don't like to eat green beans. Some people don't like group RP. Like everybody has their opinions and their experiences in life and all of our experiences are valid in our own way. And just because you don't agree with something I say doesn't make what I'm saying any less valid for me. Even if, you know, you don't agree with it. You know what I mean? Well, let's see. I'm gonna scroll up the chat here because there's like a lot I'm missing. So oh, look, I have a pimple. Come here, pimple. Yeah, come here, pimple. So I'm reading. So I just got to the part where it says, "Do you want to know why I'm upset?" It's not you specifically. It's that everyone shits on roleplay. It's that no one seems to like roleplay in WoW, despite most of us being role players. I'm confused. I don't hate you. I'm just frustrated and confused by the idea that people can enjoy roleplay when they just seem not to like roleplay outside of specific interactions. Maybe that's just me. And I don't think you're telling anyone else that. And then Spooksy says, wow, do you hear that thunder? I'm gonna save my file real quick because I'm like paranoid of the power going off. Okay, file saved. Anyway, where are we? So Spooksy says it's pretty confusing. Yeah, I tend to keep my opinions on RP and WoW hush because I don't think they're too important. I think I've just honestly outgrew a lot of the RP that is typically found on retail. I'm very picky, so I just don't voice it. I love that people still RP though. I live for people having fun in whatever way they want. And I agree with you there, you know? I personally don't feel like I can discuss with you on it. We don't agree on the value of RP, and that's no invalidation. It just means, well, yeah, we don't agree and discussion is hard. I started RPing in pre-mades like all those Gilneas RPs and college RPs. I get why you feel that way. Hi, Kaiser Dragon. Arts. You had rough experiences and that can hurt for a while, and I don't hold that against you. The TLDR is I feel like there's a lot of opinions that are lacking in experience due to one or two harsh falls, and that's valid, but it still hurts that the disagreement exists too. And I definitely see where you're coming from, but like, say for example, if you want me to experience like a good group RP, then point me in the direction of some, you know? Like, what is a guild that I can join that does some good, you know, group RP? Or show me some screenshots or put it in the writing channel. Like, show me some examples, you know, of how a good group RP in WoW can go. Because you can dissuade me from my opinion, you know, you can turn this around for me if you can actually direct me towards people in the game who actually, you know, do a good job with this and have fun with it and are respectful and not a bunch of trolls, you know, like nice people. Like, I am always open to having my mind changed. I'm not like one of those people that's indoctrinated into a specific way of thinking and, you know, won't try new things, you know. The hard part is I can't point you at things and tell you this is good because it's your judgment to make. But yeah, like you can at least say like, hey, these are some guilds that do group RP, and you know, I could join the guilds. I've got like 50 characters. I could join the guilds, I could look at their event calendar, and I could sign up for like a group RP event, and I can check it out for myself. And you know, whether I like it or not, that's between me and myself and I. But you know, it's still something that I can try, and I'd be willing to try. You know, because I like to be open minded and I like to give things a chance. Like, I'm not gonna say all group RP and WoW is garbage because I'm sure it's not. Like, obviously, it's probably not. Let's see. You're not guaranteed to take what I show you and agree it's good, but it doesn't matter if I agree or not, you know? Like, we can agree to disagree, and that's fine. See, this is what I don't like. I don't like when everything in the world is painted as red versus blue, black and white. You know, like, it's okay if people disagree or don't like the things you like. You know, like, live and let live. You know, there's no hatred and there's no shade. You know, it's just it is what it is, you know? Like some people have a lot of negative like thoughts and opinions on something that you're really passionate about and you like, and that's okay. Like you can just, you know, ignore them or tune them out. Like even me, you don't have to listen to me. You could, you know, go mute the stream or watch something else if what I'm saying is like triggering you and bothering you. It doesn't hurt my feelings at all. Or you know, you can just come to terms that like maybe we don't see eye to eye on certain things. Now I still love World of Warcraft RP. I have two RPs that have been going for the past 3 years, and I've had like hundreds of other RPs in the World of Warcraft universe, and I have, you know, a lot of characters, and I'm really invested in my stories that I do. Plus, I write Amalthera's story that's on Instagram. So, like, yes, I do love writing in the World of Warcraft setting with World of Warcraft characters. Absolutely. But I'm also like Spooksy, I am very picky. I'm very, very picky about, you know, who I RP with and their style of writing. Hell, I'm even picky about if people are good with their grammar, their spelling, their punctuation. Like if I get to writing with somebody and they have like one-liners and really choppy sentences and they misspell their words, you know what? I'm gonna say I'm sorry, but we don't mesh. And I'm gonna just say like that's it. I'm bowing out, you know, because to me, spelling and grammar and punctuation and being able to actually write paragraphs and legible sentences is actually really important, you know? So I'm just saying, I am picky when it comes to writing and who I write with. So, let's see. I could tell you in part of the Citrine Eagle, we don't lock down RP to the guild. We have a lot of small events or just RP when we feel like it. We're not locked to the guild as long as we don't like do something stupid with the tabard on. The guild's been a bit slow with events, but you're not chained to guild RP. If I'm trying to change your opinion, what you think does matter. So I could look into the Citrine Eagle. I mean, like I said, I have a lot of characters, so there's a lot of psychology I could delve into right now about this discussion, but I have to get groceries. BRB. Okie doke, spooks. If you're wanting me to offer something I feel will change your mind and it doesn't, then it didn't matter that I shared it, because I can't change your mind. I can only share something I feel is good. If you don't feel it's good, then you don't. There's nothing I can do. You have to change your own mind. You're the only one person in control of your own opinions and thoughts and choices. But I will definitely keep the Citrine Eagle in mind. Because, like, I have a lot of characters, too, that don't have guilds. And, you know, I would like to explore them, you know, so I might join. But for me, too, like, the biggest thing that's been holding me back from RP in the game itself is not that I don't enjoy RPing in WoW. It's actually more a matter of time. It's like I just don't have the time to devote to it. Because, like, if I'm not streaming most of the time, I'm not playing WoW. Like, I don't really have a lot of time to be on WoW, which is another reason why I prefer to RP in Discord, because I can post like any time. So sometimes, you know, when I'm taking a bath, I might write a post, or like when I'm in bed about to go to sleep, I could write a post, or like when I go to pick up Mike from work and I'm just, you know, sitting in the car in the parking lot, I got time to write a post. So for me, a lot of why I haven't been RPing in WoW for the longest time now is not necessarily because, you know, I'm full of hate and loathing for in-game RP. It's literally just I don't have the time. I don't have the time to be in WoW, to be on my PC. Because when I am on my PC and when I am in WoW, it's because I'm working, you know? I'm streaming. And usually all my time spent before I start streaming is either prepping for my stream, you know, doing pre-sketches, or I'm doing like real life stuff like errands, appointments, you know, taking my dad to doctor's appointments or grocery shopping, or taking Mike to work, or doing private art lessons. So, you know, honestly, a lot of this nowadays is just because I got so much responsibility and so many things going on in my life that I don't have the time. And that's also why in World of Warcraft I'm really, really behind as well. Like, I am still in Azure Span, just the basic quests, you know, the beginning of the expansion quests. And I haven't had the time to actually progress beyond that. The only thing I've been doing in WoW when I do have a little bit of time to play, which is maybe like an hour here or there, is I've been doing the treasure goblin thing, and I've been trying to work on my trading post stuff, because they finally have the mount that I've been lamenting about not having, you know, because I have all the recruiter friend mounts, but the cinder charger, whatever it's called, I can't remember what it's called, the flamey horse thing is the only recruiter friend mount that I missed out on, because that was like the one time where I got so busy in my life that I couldn't play WoW anymore. So I went on like a 3-year hiatus. So now that that thing is in the trading post, I'm like super excited to work on getting it. So let's see. Let me see. It's not that I'm saying I'm not going to bother saying things or something. It's just the point of, well, discussing the value of RP in a vacuum is moot, and that's okay at face value. We don't quite agree, and time is a big matter too. That's also valid. You're an artist first. Plus, Mike gets mad at me. Like, if, like, there was a time where, now this was during the pandemic before I was actually, um, before I was actually officially streaming and working as an artist. This is when I was, like, just on unemployment. During the pandemic, I was getting into role play a lot. So, I was RPing too much because I like when I do get into something, I get like really addicted to it, you know? And my computer is trying to crash, so that's good. I don't know, like hopefully the stream is still going, but my internet browser has just completely crashed, so once again I can't see the chat. I'm gonna open up Twitch on my cell phone, so I'm gonna try and read the chat from there. Because my computer keeps crashing Firefox. So just give me a second. But yeah, what was I saying? Okay, so during the pandemic is when I finally got back into role playing and playing World of Warcraft after a 3-year hiatus. And I was like RPing all day long. Like I just got so deeply addicted, and this was RPing in game, by the way, not in, like, I wasn't doing the Discord stuff yet. So, Mike started to notice like that I was just spending a lot less time with him, and I was like literally in WoW on my computer like all day, all day. And I do have this bad habit of getting really, really addicted to stuff to the point where it gets to be a little bit detrimental, where I'm not doing what I should be doing, kind of thing, because I'm so hooked on whatever it is, the RP that's giving me all this dopamine rush. So yeah, I would just be in WoW all day RPing. And eventually, when I started using Discord, that's when people started introducing me to the idea that you can actually take a role play out of WoW and bring it into Discord, and then you could really expand upon it. And that was how I ended up getting into that, because I didn't, before 2020, I didn't really use Discord at all, and I didn't like Discord because I wasn't used to it. Because I was like old school, I used to use MSN Messenger and then Skype, and then all of those kind of went by the wayside, so I was like stuck in the past, and Discord was the future, and I wasn't quite on board yet. So once I started actually getting used to Discord, then eventually, learning how to use it, I, grew to love it, and I do love Discord. It's pretty good. So I started taking my RPs into Discord, and then Mike started noticing that, like, not only, like, I'm not just in WoW all day anymore, but now I'm, like, role playing on my phone all day. Like, literally just typing up posts to the point where, I can't, like, pay attention to anything else. Like, he's like, hey, you want to watch a movie or something? And I'm like, nah. Like, like, no, I gotta write a post. So, yeah, it was just, it was bad. So that's another reason why not only do I just not have a lot of time, but Mike kind of keeps me in check as well, because if I let myself, I would probably just be playing WoW all day, and then I would like lose my motivation to do art and to, do the things I'm supposed to do because I'm letting the addiction take over. And WoW addiction is a real thing. Like, it's actually pretty serious. Like, people have lost their jobs, people have ruined their relationships. I mean, I'm sure you've seen, stuff about this in the past. Like, way back when World of Warcraft first came out and it was super huge, people would get like hyper addicted to it. So, you know, couple the fact that World of Warcraft in and of itself is something really addicting to me, and then roleplay is really addicting, and you mix them both together. For me personally, it was like a recipe for disaster because I would just be staying up all night writing posts for hours and hours. Like I would never leave my chair. And it was getting to a point where it was actually hurting my relationship and I wasn't getting any work done. And I was, you know, I had to pull the plug on myself. So that's actually a lot of the reason why too, like I'm limited now to just the few little RPs that I still have going in Discord with my long running RP partners, because I'm always afraid to take on more or get really back into it because I know that it's a big time commitment, and also if I enjoy it too much, it's going to be way too addicting. It's like being an alcoholic, you know. I'm like an RP alcoholic. That's the best way I can describe it. You live, breathe, eat, and sleep RP. So I don't know if I've ever told you guys that before, but it's true. I have like severe RP addiction when I really get going. So that's another reason why I limit, and WoW addiction too, not just RP, but like I get really, I used to play WoW 17 hours a day. Just like if you guys wonder like how much of a no life I had, like I would wake up, turn on my computer, and the first thing I would do is just log into WoW and just literally I wouldn't leave Azeroth like all day. It was my escape. And I did the same thing for like almost 9 years with Second Life when I was RPing with my friends from Minnesota. We had many RPs going in our forums and in Second Life, and that was my life. I literally just lived in those role plays for years. And a lot of that was because this was like after my mom died of cancer, so it was my form of escapism. You know, it helped me kind of cope to just escape my reality and do something fun and play other characters. But I did it way too much. Yeah, so it was too much. And I've finally gotten to a point in my life now where I have a really good balance between responsibility, working, making money, doing all the things I'm supposed to do, and then giving myself just a little bit of time to indulge in my, you know, hobbies like the role playing and World of Warcraft. But unfortunately, it's not enough time for me to actually play World of Warcraft enough to really get anywhere. So, like I said, I'm still in Azure Span, and I tried to do LFR, and that fell apart really bad because our tanks kept leaving, so everybody kept abandoning LFR. So I'm gonna keep trying until eventually I get a group that, you know, can actually get through. Because I really want to do the Razageth raid, you know. I want to see the content before the expansion's over. So yeah, it's definitely a multifaceted kind of situation. It's a little bit more complex than just I don't like group RP and I don't like in-game WoW RP. It's a whole lot of like I just don't have the time, and when I do have time and I'm looking for it, you know, I'm not guaranteed to find something that really piques my interest, you know, or find people that I mesh with, because I am really picky about it. But mostly it's just don't have time. 99% of the time. Like I'm still trying to get my trading post done. Like right now that is my number one priority for when I do play WoW, is I need to have that Cindermane charger mount so I can finally put myself to rest, that, you know, feeling bad that I missed a recruit a friend mount from Legion. But yeah, that's it. see. I can't get addicted to roleplay because most of my RP mates stop after a short time and get bored. Hi, Spooksy. I've been back, was eating and listening. I used to be addicted 24/7 and Storm went RPing and goofing off. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is just probably a common thing for people who roleplay in general, as we all go through our phases where we get really hooked on it like crack, where it's like, all you can think about. And I still do have bouts of RP addiction even now. So like there's times where I will literally just be checking the Discord like a fiend constantly, like waiting to see if my RP partner is typing and waiting to see if they've posted yet and constantly checking it. Like, and I have to tell myself to stop because I know it's an obsessive behavior. But like there are some times where that's like all I can think about and it's all I want to do. Like all I want to do is role play. It's all I can think about. And I always have to pull myself out of that mode because it's really a slippery slope for me when I get into that super addictive mode. See, now I struggle to focus on RP at all. I'll get the itch to RP, but typically don't RP. I get too anxious now. Yeah, like I don't know, for me it comes in waves. It's like I get the itch and I get the addiction when it's going really well, and then, after writing so much, I get a little bit burnt out and then I kind of pull back from it for a while and like I need a little bit of a break because I write too much. It's kind of like with art too. I get like writer's burnout just like I get art burnout because it's, you did too much writing and now you got to take a break. Like all things in moderation for sure. That's the big lesson here. All things in moderation. Anywho, so yeah, now you guys know that I'm a super RP addict. And I've actually been sad because one of my RP partners hasn't posted in like 9 days, which is for us, 9 days is a really long time. Like, I don't know what's going on with him and why he hasn't been posting at all, but like, I do check up on him periodically. I'm like, hey, how's life? Are things going okay? You know? Like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, maybe if your life isn't totally falling apart, maybe post. Oh, man. Also, hello, Bootfist. Let's see. I think I get stuck in a rut of constant RP if ever the RP is just shit because none of it's satisfying, so I keep looking for something that is, and City RP is a lot like chips. You'll just mindlessly consume, but most of the time they're not really that great for you, but I guess it's good enough. Savannah says, I'm gonna step away, but I know I get it, and I got a little heated for more than just what's on the plate here. No spite, no stress. I understand and think your point is fair. Have a good night. Take care, Savannah. See you around. I have a RP partner that didn't reply to RP since January. Ooh. I haven't RP'd with any of my RP partners for probably a year now. Yeah, like I feel like in my book, if it's been like half a year or longer that nobody has posted, then it's pretty much dead. Like that's to me and to in my world, if like an RP has been sitting for that long without any posts, it's done. It's over. It's time to move on. Like I feel like the longest I can wait for a post is like maybe a month, maybe 2 months. But if it starts going longer than that, then I lose momentum and I lose interest, and I also forget what's going on in the story, which makes it harder for me to like dive back into it and get back into the mindset, you know? So, yeah, like if my partner doesn't post for a month, I absolutely poke them, and I kind of like have to assess the situation and be like, okay, where are we at? Like, are we going to put this on a hiatus? Are you losing interest? Should we like just call it done? Or maybe, this is getting a little stale. Maybe we need to just start up a whole new story. You just gotta kind of gauge the situation, because it is true, if a RP's been going on for a long time, it can get stale, it can get boring. Or sometimes you just have a story like Bootfist said that's just, it's for whatever reason, it's just not working out, Like maybe the story is actually just kind of going at a slow pace, or maybe it's a little bit boring. Maybe things in the story just aren't happening the way you wanted them to happen. So sometimes it's, you just gotta like pull the plug, be like, all right, let's just start something else. So I've done that. Like my main RP that I had going for the past 3 years, we finally ended it, and we just started a whole new, completely new story. Because we were both kind of feeling like overwhelmed by it at this point. Like it's just too many characters. We resolved like most of the main things that need to be resolved. So really it was kind of just at the point where, we were pretty done with it. So we were both happy to start something new finally. Longest, let's see. Wait, where are we? Do, do, do. Okay, when I actually get decent RP, I'm usually good to wait on another big event for like 2 weeks. But some people just don't know how to set boundaries or admit contempt or disinterest. Totally, like if somebody gets to ghosting you and just, they don't post, they don't talk to you for a long time because they lost interest in the RP. I would much prefer they just tell me right off the bat, like, hey, sorry, but this story is not working out, rather than just leave you hanging and waiting and wondering. Yeah, like, just tell me, it's okay. Um, I'll take month-long breaks from RP, which I usually inform my RP partners about. Unfortunately, I don't lose interest. These are usually ship RPs, and I get so invested in ships. Longest RP story I've had gone on for probably 4 years. Same, that was my longest, 4 years. Sometimes you meet with characters that are interesting but are better suited for bit roles. Sometimes you get bored of playing a character. Took the character 3 years to actually settle down with another. Now we RP on Final Fantasy, which is the big buff man I posted earlier. Nice. Yeah, the RPs that I do have going, I really enjoy them. I've had a few that I just didn't jive with. So usually what I do is I'm the person who will actually just come right out and say like, hey, I'm really sorry, but I'm just not feeling it for this story, so I'm just gonna wrap it up kind of deal. Because I don't like to, let people hang. I do like to be honest and tell them, like, if I feel like it's a little boring, or it's, the characters aren't really developing the way I'd hoped or whatever. Most of the time, though, whenever I have ended an RP with anybody, it wasn't necessarily because the story was bad. That was just a part of it. It was usually because the person I was RPing with just isn't very good at writing in general. Like they had a lot of spelling errors. They had grammar problems. And also their posts were really short and choppy and didn't really give me anything to work off of. And sometimes their posts were just like downright ineligible. Like I literally read it and I have no idea what's going on, so I don't know how to respond to it. So whenever I've had partners like that, I've always had to be like, yo, I'm really sorry. Just our writing styles do not mesh at all. So and I always feel bad about it, but it's like, I'd rather not drag it out and be miserable, you know, trying to keep up with this writing that I'm not enjoying. No, I try not to be like rude or hurt, their feelings and be like, yo, you're really bad at writing. Like, I don't do anything like that, but the truth is that they're really bad at writing. I won't say it to them directly, but usually most of the RPs I ever ended were because of something like that. Posted in art. Let's see. Also, I do apologize. There's no music. It's because my internet keeps crashing. Aw, that is very cute art. Very, very cute. I love it. I'm a fiend for both big buff men. Yeah, like the kind of RPs that I like are usually, why I like one on one is because I'm really into romance and like, I like characters to basically like fall in love. I guess you'd call them ship RPs, like what Need said, but I'm into that kind of RP the most. But I like it to have a story as well, like to have interesting plots and interesting activities for the characters to do. Because if it's literally nothing but ERP all the time, that's also dreadfully boring, and you know, I'm not on board for that. Like, I want to have an actual full on story with plot and character development going on. But for me, like, it has to have romance. Like, it has to have some characters falling in love. Because to me, that's the most fun and exciting thing to write. I just love stories. So that's the kind of RP that I do. ERP all the time. Oops, looks left, looks right. Well, I mean, it's good to have some ERP peppered in, but in my book, there should also be a little bit of plot. Like, like the characters can do the do, but there should also be a reason for it. Because otherwise, like after a while, like if it's just ERP, it gets really boring to me anyway. And I have had that problem with, a couple of my RP partners where, it takes a really long time for us to get back to the plot because we're wasting so much time just having the characters boink all the time. And after a while, I run out of ideas. I'm like, there's only so many ways I can write this sort of thing. Like, can we please just get back to the story now? Like, I really am totally ERP'd out. Like, I just can't take it anymore. It happens all the time. It's like, oh my god, too much smut, too much smut, too much of a good thing. Who would do such a thing? Bored people. I like it when it's lots of ERP, but like with story, it's best. My favorite plotline has to be with his elf. I'm fine with safe for work RP with no ERP, but it never hurts to have some ERP. Cause like when he was the run of the mill, Gurm secretly said, and I like women, and my character was like, I can fix him. Yeah, fading to black is something that I've learned how to do because I tell my RP partner, I'm like, look, these characters have already done it like 500 times. Like, we really don't need to write this all out in graphic detail again. We literally can fade this to black and move on to the next scene. Like, let's move on and get some plot, please. Plot, 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 plot. Plot, 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 plot. Plotty, plot, plot. Feel like there's this weird pressure to write porn, and I don't even like reading it because it's mostly just written in a weird and gross manner. My character did fix him. They settled down together, and it's cute. They're trying to have a kid now. Aw. I love my Draenei. Her story's really tragic, but she never let that keep her down for long. Aw. Let's see. When it comes to writing the ERP to go with what Bootfist says, like, I feel like you have to have a certain treasure trove of words that are acceptable, because there are, like, I've definitely had a variety of RP partners, and some of them use words that, like, I just can't, you know. I can't take it seriously. Like, you know, when you're describing things, words really do matter. And some words are really stupid and really gross sounding and just ruin the immersion and ruin the sexiness of the scene. So it's like whenever I do, you know, adult writing with people, like I will kind of have this little discussion about like what words are sensible and decent for certain things and what words I think are absolutely ridiculous and sound really dumb and totally kill the immersion. Because some people, when they write smut, it's really more of a comedy to read, and you know you can't take it seriously because they use such really bad vocabulary to describe things. You know, I'm not gonna bring up any specific words, but like if it makes me laugh and it ruins the immersion and takes away all the sexiness of the scene, then it's not the right word choice. See, I delve into it, but it's traumatic. Was ERPing with someone once and they described my character as a broodmare? Oh no. Needless to say, I frowned. Now that is definitely a poor word choice. I think it's stuff they think is hot but just isn't. Yeah. I may be the person who maybe doesn't write it enough sexy. It's a bit hard when your first language isn't English. It's like, I wish I could think of some examples, but you know, like obviously we use a lot of words to describe certain body parts, and some words are definitely better to use than others. So it's like depending on the words that people use, you know, just some of them just make me laugh. I'm like, nah. Like I'll use just one example. Like if you use the word clam even once, like it's over. We're done. Like do not call it a clam. I don't want to think about seafood. Okay? I don't want to think about clams and clam shells. Like no. No, no, no. That is an absolute no-go. Don't call it that. and and similarly, don't call it a taco either. Okay? Don't call it a clam. Don't call it a taco. Don't call it a quesadilla. Like, how about we just don't use food terminology at all? Don't call it a hot dog. Um, you know, you just don't. Just steer clear of food words, okay? Oh my god. Peener. Oh my god, if you use the word peener, it's over. Like we're done. And also don't use the word pecker either because that sounds remarkably stupid. Like don't use the word pecker. Don't use pecker, don't use peener. Don't use don't even use sausage. Just stay away from food words, okay? Like food words are out. If it's food, you're not using it. So no wiener schnitzels, no hot dogs, no sausages, no snossages, no pepperonis. Schlong is also a bad one. Do not use schlong. No. Don't use the word wiener either. That is not an approved word because that just sounds really stupid. I'm also very much on the fence about the word dick. I think that also sounds stupid, so I don't prefer that one. Oh man. Wang is also off the list. That one is not approved. I can't believe how many words there are. Seriously. Let's see. Let me read up in the chat here. I just looked up what a broodmare is and ew. Oh dear. I joke around a lot if I'm ERPing with someone because usually it's a friend who's okay with it. In that context, nope. There was this one gobbo. Clam? Did you just say clam? Oh my god. I'm about to choke on my chicken tender. Dude, you just said choke on a chicken. Choke a chicken, that's an expression. Considering this conversation we're having. I just thought I'd point that out. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Let's see. Peanuts. Need who is a foodie with a high libido. Oh man, you know the other one? The one that they call it brown starfish. I'm like, no, 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 no. Don't call it a brown starfish, please. No. You know, like I would much rather you just call it a hole, okay? Like I know that's not a great descriptive word, but I would rather just call it a hole instead of that. So unfortunately, the vocabulary that is acceptable for these types of RPs becomes extraordinarily limited, which makes it get rather boring and repetitive after a while because, you know, there's only just so many ways of describing things. And that is why, you know, when my RP partners get a little too much into the ERP side of things, I start to be like, yeah, let's just do something else. I'm kind of bored, you know. Because, again, we have a limited pool of acceptable words that don't sound utterly ridiculous. And, you know, it does get boring because, you know, you can only just write so many ways of things going down when you have a limited pool of words to use. So, you know, it does start to get to feeling repetitive, like you're just writing the same thing over and over and over and over again after a while. And that is why I get bored of it. And I'm like, let's move back to story. Thanks. I'm trying to think if there's any other stupid words I've had people use. Let's see. Also, don't call it a pooter. Pooter is unacceptable. So no brown starfish, no pooter. Definitely don't call it poop hole. Don't call it bunghole. That doesn't sound good either. Next time I ERP, I'm calling it peanuts or the jiggle jiggle skin. It's funny because sex can get repetitive for tealsies. Peanuts being a reference to my disc banner and the other reference I'll post. Let's see. Oh, I see. You know what also makes things weird too is when people use the very scientific words. Like, I know that they're appropriate, right? But like if you use the very scientific words, that also just comes out really weird in these kind of RPs. Like it makes it very stifling to read and just awkward, you know. So also don't use the very scientific words either because that also doesn't sound too good. Like, you know, look it up in a dictionary and stuff, you know. For some parts though, I guess it's okay to use, you know, the scientific word because honestly, for some parts there no more grabbing the gluteus maximus. Oh yeah. For some parts there aren't any fun words to replace, you know, what certain things are. So it's like unfortunately we are limited to using the scientific words for a few things, but if there is some good sounding slang words, go with those instead. Because we don't want to read this like, you know, a scientific textbook. It's funny because with this like entire discussion, I almost feel like I'm a teacher or something, teaching a class on how to write good ERP. So first, students, today we start with words not to use. These words sound ridiculous. Do not use them. You will ruin the immersion of your ERP and sound utterly ridiculous. Do not call boobs utters, or gazongas, or melons, or mommy milkers. I don't know what other words. There's so many words for them. Oh god. Boing boings. Do 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 do. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I have said all I have to say on the matter. Language matters. Do 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 do. We're almost done with the basic sketch part of this. Just letting y'all know where we're at. So I did all the thicker outlines and all the almost done with all the sketchy shading lines, which is going to help me when I get to, you know, deluxifying the sketch and adding in the tone, like where the shadows are going to go. That's why I do the little sketchy lines, because, you know, they let me know, like a little guide. And when I finish with the basic sketch, I'm going to get this sent off to a Razi, or Boot Fist, so you can have, you know, the actual, just the sketch before the deluxe shading, because I like to keep, you know, a copy of each. I'm big on my, like, line art kind of stuff, you know. Just adding some shadows for the plants here, because these big leaves look like they would cast some shadows. Okay, just a little bit more. The doggo next door is barking. Now I hear his owner yelling at him. He's being frisky. Alright, now I just gotta add in the lightning effects. Kazoo! And I'm gonna save this so the line art part is done with all the sketchy shading lines and all that good stuff. Oh dear. Dear, dear, dear. Do 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 do. I'm gonna merge that right there. Okay, there's all that. I just gotta make a shading layer. So the next phase here is the deluxe shading, which will be finishing this picture up. And then after that, we're gonna work on deluxe shading the sketch for the Raffle winner from May. So this goes to Tick, of their character named Tick. So there you go. Cute little gnome. Alright, let me save this right now. Save. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Then this is going off to Boot Fist. So I'm sending you the finished sketch before I deluxify. And I'm also going to upload it into the Sketches and Commissions channel. So basically replacing the last post, because that one was the not finished version. Spamming our emotes, of course. There we go. Alrighty, time for deluxey shady stuff. Also, I'm gonna see if I could get some music going here, because even though I can't use my internet browser, I'm gonna use Spotify. But I'm gonna just play World of Warcraft music because I'm streaming under WoW, so I can play WoW music, hopefully, without any copyright strike kind of things going on. See, Twitch, what Twitch usually does is, like, if they detect copyrighted music, they just mute your VOD, you know, your video. But YouTube completely takes down your video. Like, if you know, last time when I was doing that chibi commission, I was in a playlist that accidentally started playing a song from Sting, and I literally played like 51 seconds of it, not realizing it because I wasn't paying attention. And that video got taken down by YouTube. So 51 seconds of a copyrighted piece of music in a 6 or 7 hour stream, and it got taken down. Like, YouTube does not mess around when it comes to copyrighted music. So let's see what we can find here. Wow. Okay, so we found a WoW Tavern playlist in Spotify, so I'm gonna play this. So we should be good. Goblin and Faldrassus right now, if anybody's doing the goblin thing. I'm just waiting for it to come back to Orgrimmar because I missed it last time because I wasn't paying attention. I'll admit I was a little bit concerned earlier when, like, you know, Savannah was getting really upset at me, like getting a little huffy puffy. But hopefully I handled that okay. Because, like, I know he gets really sensitive over certain topics, so. But, you know, I've had a lot of situations too where I'm streaming and people like might get upset at something I say, and like they just have to remember like these are just my opinions on things, and everybody has a right to think what they want to think, you know? That like there is no such thing as right think or wrong think. We all have our different experiences in life and our different thoughts and opinions, and that's okay. A-okay. But yeah, Savannah was definitely getting pretty worked up, and you know, I don't. It's not my intention to like upset people or make people feel like they need to leave the stream. But unfortunately, it does happen. So I don't know if he's come back, but like I just want to apologize if I made anything uncomfortable or if I made anybody upset. But I will stand my ground that, you know, I have every right to tell my stories and share my opinions and share my beliefs on my own stream, no matter what it's about and what I think, so. If you don't like it, don't listen to it. That's all I can say. I will not be policed on my stream with what I can talk about and what I can't. By the way, sorry if I'm being quiet, I just kind of ran out of stuff to talk about. Like, it happens, you know? Like, I've been talking for 2.5 hours, and I'm just like, oh, I don't know what to talk about. So then I just do quiet work. But, like, if there's anything anybody wants to talk about, you know, feel free. Start up a conversation. Also, I noticed my OBS has been completely frozen. Like, not only can I not see the Twitch chat through it, but, like, the screen on there is completely frozen entirely. So, it's... I'm amazed my stream is actually still live, because OBS is, like, not working. I like the picture you just posted with Need. He's so small. Just a little troll. Man, everything looks better with shading. Just makes things pop. I think what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna mute the microphone because I want to like listen to some YouTube videos while I work. Because I'm just gonna get into like, you know, the shading zone. That zen state where I'm just shading away. But of course, if anybody says anything in the chat, I will respond because I do keep my eye on it. I have the chat on my phone, so I will be able to see, you know, if you guys are talking. But otherwise, it's just gonna be nice, quiet, just art and music for you and YouTube for me. Because I like to listen to like podcasts and stuff, you know. I like to listen to things while I work.
daughter of the sea, beware, I heard him cry. His words carried upon the ocean breeze as he sank beneath the tide. Those blood-soaked shores of Kalimdor, where sailors fought and died, the admiral fell at their amour because she left his side.
Days, always the pride of our nation's eyes. How could she go astray? When she did flee across the ocean deep, the admiral followed west. What else but sail to save a daughter's life and pray she still drew breath? But there he found upon those distant shores enemies on the rise. But when he faced those savage foes, his daughter stood aside and buried deep beneath the waves, betrayed by family, to his nation with his last breath cried, beware the daughter of the sea.
I heard, across a moonlit sea, the old voice warning me, beware, beware, the daughter of the sea, beware, beware of me. long have yearned for your tender caress to bind our fortunes. Damn what the stars own, rend my heart open, then your love profess, a winding, weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent very star.
Beware, beware, the daughter of the sea. Beware, I heard him cry. His words carried upon the ocean breeze as he sank beneath the tide. Those blood-soaked shores of Kalimdor, where sailors fought and died, the admiral fell at their amour because she left his side. When she did flee across the ocean deep, the admiral followed west. What else but sail to save a daughter's life and pray she still drew breath? But there he found upon those distant shores enemies on the rise. But when he faced those savage foes, his daughter stood aside and buried deep beneath the waves, betrayed by family, to his nation with his last breath cried, beware the daughter of the sea. I heard, across a moonlit sea, the old voice warning me. Beware, beware, the daughter of the sea. Beware, beware of me.